Everything seems bright now. It's Sunday evening, May 24th, 2026. You're watching Call for Two. You're joining me for, well, a few of you are joining me for playthrough number 18 of Etherfields, scheduled on 15 minutes or so notice. Melissa says, I get to catch a playthrough live. How is everyone? Everyone is a very generous term for who joins for these Etherfield sessions. This one even shorter notice than normal. I was trying to figure out something's happening weird with the YouTube API. It is rejecting when I try to connect to it. Something is using up quota. I can't quite figure out. I mean, thank God for the AI these days, though. Even when it can't solve it. For those of us who don't like dealing with humans, it is a pleasure to be able to talk to the AI and get advice. Even if it's wrong, it's better than talking to a human. All right, Jonathan says that he was playing a game of Divine Right. Fantasy diplomacy war game that got a reprint. I have never heard of it. I am curious to hear more about it. I wish you could post YouTube pictures in the chat in YouTube. I wonder if there's a way to... I wonder if there's a way for us to automatically link pictures from the Discord. All right, something to think about. So, game 18 of Etherfields. We've just finished a dream that I liked a lot in Horizon. What was the dream about? I remember that I liked it, but I'm trying to remember now what happened during it. I know I liked it more than Jonathan, who thought it dragged a little bit. What happened? Where is our last stream? Do we have it here? Oh, it was the clock. It was the clock that went back. So actually, it was a really good teamwork dream because Jonathan figured out that we had to go to these different clocks and check them at the exact right time. So there was a lot of sort of strategy about making things happen so that we were at a specific location and took a specific action exactly at a right time of this clock. And there were different there was this box night that wasn't that dangerous, but it all had to be done very strategically, and that was quite fun. Now, something interesting happened in our last session. We decided that we were going to finally push this button that we got in a very early mission. We've held on to it for months now. And so we said, okay, we thought it was going to save us for an emergency. Like, we thought it might teleport us. Like, if we're about to die, we might push us. It might trigger the Delta phase, which heals you up. So we went and we pushed it. And it said, if you're on the awakening space, then do something. Otherwise, nothing happens. And that was a little bit strange because I thought it was going to be an emergency button you pressed to trigger this healing up when you're about to die, but it's basically the opposite because the only time you're ever on the awakening space normally is after you've woken up, which is the act of healing and resetting your deck. So surely this is not for that. The other strange thing is that we realized, well, it's not so easy to get to awakening unless you're doing this wake up action. And we don't want to wake up because one of the loopholes in this game is when you wake up, you cut your deck down to 40 cards. I don't even remember because we've tried to avoid it. And so one of the known loopholes in this game is to keep yourself alive without ever doing this awakening. So the question is how to get here and try this out if we don't want to wake up. In our last game, we had a balloon that does allow you to go to places even though they're not connected by arrows, but we've lost that. However, we did plan it out because we did our clock dream in Horizon, and as Jonathan pointed out, the Horizon card on the dreamscape has a specific location that you go to when you finish that says relocate to awakening. So that's where we are now. So we are going to begin today's session by relocating to awakening. And we are now going to see what happens when we push this button. If we thought this might harm us, we might want to prepare a little better. I do want to point out, and this is a little bit nerve-wracking, but we do have a card, optimization, that would let us trigger both delta phase options But this is now useless to us. I'll tell you why. Even if we thought it was going to trigger delta phase now, which I don't think it can, because normally you'd have cured yourself. This is face down. We could flip it here, even in the dream world, by what? Discard this card and pay 3 green. Okay, well, we don't have 3 green to pay. We have 1 distress. We have no blue thing. So we couldn't use that to flip this if we wanted to. But there's very little point in doing so because we are currently in the season of regeneration, which basically gives us all options. We would really like to trigger this. Normally we've got the benefit of triggering 2, but this is huge. All actions. That would give us back all our clock time. We actually don't need any more clock time. We are at 6 already, but we would like to unseal. The most important thing is to unseal all of these cards. We've got a huge number sealed. We actually only have 1 distress, so really the only thing we need is to unseal cards, so we really don't need a deluxe delta phase. But we've decided to push this, right? Because we want to see sooner rather than later, although it's too late for that. It's already later. But we may be halfway through the game, maybe further than halfway through the game. Maybe we're at 2/3 through. We haven't felt the need for this yet, but we want to know what it's about. So here we are. We're going to hit the button right now when everyone is ready. Are we all ready for this? I think more than almost any game, Etherfields is doing an amazing job of dishing out new stuff. Like, it's always new. There's always new items. We are getting stronger. We got this lucid dreaming, which is amazing. All right, we're ready. We're going to hit the button. All right, let's go. Script number is 690. If you're in the click. If you're in the awakening location, here we go. Everything around it trembles and blurs for a moment. Soon it stops, and everything is back to normal. No, not quite everything. Something is subtly different. Remove the Awakening Wisdom card from the game. Put a replacement Awakening Wisdom card in its place. Find the Delta Phase tile, remove it from the game. Add tile 238B, another Delta Phase, yes, similar yet different, to the Slumber deck, then shuffle the Slumber deck. Find the Vanishing Point card in the Fate deck and remove it. And then remove the button. So we are actually gonna get harmed by this in a way. Because right now, our Delta Phase is right near the top of our deck. And what's going to happen is it's going to get pushed to the bottom, so we are not going to get a Delta Phase for a long time. Unless we bypass some Delta Phases, then maybe we will. But the fact that we were right about it expects us to be healed up here, now we're going to get hurt a little bit. We probably should have tried to trigger Delta Phase. But, okay, let's read this again. So we're shuffling. You're thinking we're shuffling the Delta Phase randomly, not at the bottom? I see. All right, this is fascinating. Let's see what we've got here. So it says take the Awakening Wisdom card. which tells you how to wake up. And we're getting rid of it and replacing it with a different one. So let's take a look at this. So here is the normal rule. You would use this if you get in trouble. You get rid of your cards, you cure all your distress, you unseal all your cards, you lose all your keys, your gems, you reshuffle things, you can change dreamers, you can rebuild your influence deck. Maximum of 40 cards. So that's the part that we're trying to avoid. And then you could switch mask. You would get 3 items. So actually, everything here is great, except for going down to 40 cards. So let me just see how many cards we have. In 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4. 34 plus 1 in our deck makes 35, plus 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So these are illegal cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we would lose cards from our deck, but we could use that to slim our deck down. That's not so bad, actually. Maybe we've been avoiding this when we didn't need to. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter because we now lost this card. And instead, we're getting a replacement card, 241N. How is that card going to be different? It's a new awakening card. How is it different? There's the old, there's the new. What's changed? Discard all influence, cure all distress, discard keys. Aha, okay, so the difference is the delta phase. It no longer goes to the bottom. It gets shuffled in. Players can change their dreamers, 20 cards to 40, same thing. Choose one of your masks, restore 3 items. Everything is exactly the same, except that you shuffle the delta phase card into the deck. So the old one goes at the bottom. So after every delta, you push it to the bottom. Now, after every delta, you shuffle it in. All right, pretty weird. It doesn't seem... I mean, since we're trying to avoid awakening, I'm not sure it matters, but maybe every time we get to the end of it, it will from now on, which could make a difference. And we also now have a new delta phase. Okay, so old delta phase out. 238B in. Maybe this is only going to be different in terms of telling us. I see. Look, it's got a red back now, so you won't know when it's coming. Let's see if it's changed in any way, or if that's the only difference. It looks to me like, here, let me put it here. On first glance, it looks like, yeah, the only difference is that it shuffles in instead of going at the bottom. So presumably you could hit delta phase more frequently. not presumably, you will get delta phase twice as frequently on average, right? Instead of always having to go through 10 cards, it could be anywhere in the 1 to 10. So on average, you'll hit it every 5 cards instead of every 10 cards, twice as frequently. So that's good, actually. That benefits us whether we wake up or not. Every delta phase you shuffle. But it makes it a little less predictable. So I'm not a fan of that from a game design perspective. But it certainly would have helped us if we had been playing with it before. Reshuffle. Okay, so I'm going to take the entire slumber deck, and in goes the delta phase randomly. So we never know when we're going to get it, unless we look at where that number is in the deck, but we won't. But boy, we've got a big slumber deck. We have no idea how are we going to get back all our sealed cards now if it's very far away. That's a little bit distressing. We could decide to wake up. It wouldn't be a terrible idea to do this, and we'd lose 10 cards, but we'd get to choose which 10 cards. So we would have a leaner, meaner deck. I mean, a huge part of deck building normally is culling out cards from your deck that are weaker as you get stronger. So it wouldn't be a terrible idea at all, really, for us to thin out our deck. It's less life, 25% less health, but maybe a stronger deck, and maybe something that would be fun to do. So let's consider that. Now, Vanishing Point in the Fate deck, if it's still in the game, and remove it. All right, let's see what Vanishing Point looks like if we still have it. Hopefully it's not the old shop that we want to rob. Darkness, Dark Cubbyhole, Vanishing Point. Okay. Each dreamer seals 2 cards or search it for delta phase, reshuffle delta phase at bottom. So Vanishing Point is a negative card. You either seal 2 or force yourself to delay your delta. So it's good. Jonathan is reminding me there is another downside of waking up, and that is that we lose our progress cards. And that those add up to our count. So I don't get to stay in play if we awaken. Let's just make sure we're on the same page about what happens if we wake up. You discard from your hand on progress deck, and then you cull down to 40 cards. Okay, so to be clear, what happens is we would lose all of these cards that we've paid to set up. It takes quite a while to pay to get these all out. These would get discarded into our deck, and then we would end up with about 60 cards in our deck, and we would have to cull down to 40. $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41. Plus 15. So 56. So we'd have to drop 16 cards from our deck if we decide to wake up. So actually we have more cards in hand than we would gain by waking up. So we would have a net loss of cards. So maybe we're not in a situation yet where we care, where that's a benefit to us, but it could be fun to cull our deck down to 40. And we've lost our delta phase, it's gone. Now, let me see if we have to return all the progress cards to the potential cards. Yeah, they don't get to stay in play. That's right. That too. Of course, we would get 3 items too, which is pretty huge. Well, I suppose we don't have to decide that just yet. But maybe, well, I don't know. John says, I feel like trying to decide which cards to cut might end up being a whole stream in and of itself. You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong that we would have to have a long discussion about it. Well, why don't we, first things first, let's decide what our next dream is going to be. We don't want to wake up now because we've got an abundance of keys. So we are ready to go into another dream. And we have very little distress. So it makes sense that we might at least have one more dream. And then maybe if we look like we're in bad shape, then we might try to wake up. It does seem like waking up now maybe not the smartest thing to do. All right, let's look at our dreams. Let's decide what dream we want to play today. We've got 3 new dreams and 4 return to dreams. So only 3 new dreams, not counting the ones we can't get to yet because we don't have silver keys. Okay, where'd the wild something grow? These kind of thorns grow only in the vicinity of the city. It's a phantasmagoria, which is up here. It needs 3 keys. Not a bad one. Then we have a ship in the basement. Needs 2 keys. That's in Pandemonium, right next door to us. And then hard work in the Dreams Factory, which is in Insomnia, which is right up here. So I guess I could go to any of those. I'm trying to think. I think this might be the one. We must have gotten this very recently because this doesn't sound that familiar. Jonathan says, since Melissa is joining us today, she could decide which of these it's a dream to go. Melissa says, oh, heck no. I won't take that responsibility. It's really not a big responsibility. We're going to end up going to all of these at some point. Do we have any other hints here based on this? Thorns. This is a work dream, and this is a ship in the basement. Cure 2, cure 1, cure 2. We only have 1 wound, so it doesn't really matter. They're all 12-turn dreams. Jonathan says, where the wild something grow we might have gotten from our secret path. I see. Well, the fastest one to get to would be the one in Pandemonium, the ship in the basement. We could get to that in 2 moves. But once we're in a gate, actually, Insomnia is just 3 moves. Pandemonium and Phantasmagoria. 2 of them are in Phantasmagoria. Melissa says, vetoing the hard work. Okay, hard work in the Dreams Factory. Melissa says that one's out of the question. So what's next? One of these 2. Jonathan, you got a preference here? I mean, maybe we should go to the one that's closest. Makes kind of sense, and then go to Phantasmagoria on our way out. All right, let's just do that. Let's just go to the one that's closer to us and would require less lumber stuff. So we're going to go to a ship discovered. It's in Pandemonium, so it's right here. So we just need to go 1 move into Suburbia, at which point we need to have a slumber. We also have shopping cards. We could try to go shopping and get some blue gems, but actually shopping is very far away from here. So let's just go ahead and have a slumber, and you remember our rules. If we've seen this before, the best thing would be is if that's the delta, but I don't think it is. If we've seen this one, we're going to allow ourselves to skip it if we want. All right, let's see what it is. It's the Librarian. We have played the Librarian before. Let's take a look at what the Librarian does, though. Librarian makes you seal cards. It's not deliveranceable, so we're not going to be doing any deliverance. Let's remind ourselves that we're also looking for these symbols. If you see any of these, if you see any of this art in our game, speak up. Okay, so Librarian. Librarian's not that interesting, is it? It morphs, it makes the place dark, it makes us seal cards. If we can last 4 turns, then we would gain loot and cure distress. This is not really fun to do, so we're going to skip this. Now, what's our rule on skipping? We can just suffer a distress, which we're going to take here. We've been keeping track of this, even though you're supposed to reset it every time you go into a dream. So I guess I'm just going to put 1 thing here. But it's not going to matter because we're going to go into a dream. Okay, and then we have a choice now. So we don't really need a key. So I think, I don't think there's any more mystery path for us. I think we have done all the mystery paths, if I'm correct. Yeah, we've done all the mystery paths. So the only thing for us to do is unseal a card, which is pretty boring. But that's what we're going to do. We're just going to unseal the top card from our deck. It's the assistant card. I'm going to put that in our discard. And that's it. The slumber ends. So I'm taking the distress. We're ending this slumber. We don't have to deal with the librarian. We put them at the back. And now we're going to take a shortcut over to the pandemonium tile. When you take a shortcut, we have to seal a card. That's going to be this one right here. So yet another card has been sealed. But now we can enter this dream. A ship discovered in the basement. Push all this out of the way. Do we have all the keys? Sometimes we can use a key in a dream. Well, that's a good point. That's a very good point. You're right that, well, I've already seen what this card is, so I feel like I can't rewind. But you are right. We could have taken that fourth key and used it for something. Probably we should have done that rather than unsealing the top card. That's a good point. Because we could have spent a key to get a blue gem. Maybe that would be more worth a card. I'm not sure. All right, here we go. It's too late now. I already saw it. I just made a post. Someone asked about a scenario where a player was, well, with these streams, we can take our little diversions. Someone posted on Board Game Geek, and they asked an etiquette question, 2 etiquette questions. They said they were playing with someone, they were playing a new game, and they made their move, and then they realized it was a bad move, and they asked the group if they could rewind it and make a different choice. And one of the players objected. And I said that all of my groups play in a very similar way. Everyone I've ever played with has basically played the same way, which is that as long as you don't reveal some information based on the turn you just took, as long as the next player hasn't revealed what they're going to do, if rewinding it makes no difference, then all of my groups would let you rewind your turn. If you kept doing that over and over again, people would say, come on, don't worry about it too much, just speed up gameplay. But as long as you don't reveal something, but in this case, I did make a choice. I did reveal a card, so I've now gained information that I can't forget. So anyway, that was the easy one. And then the second scenario they asked about was a little more tricky, which is they were saying that the group realized they should have been, for the last like 4 turns, they should have been accumulating a resource on a space. And then how to fix that. One person said, just put the 6 out there that should have accumulated for 6 turns on that space. And the other person objected and said, well, that's not fair. If there had been 5 on there on my turn, or 6 on there on my turn, I clearly would have taken that action to get all 6. And this person was posting that they said, let's compromise, put 3 on there. And I thought that was a fair compromise, but definitely a harder choice to make. No perfect solution to that one. All right, so we're going into the dream. I'd be curious if you play with a different group. I could see, like, the chess rules are once your hand comes off the piece, it's locked in, but that's not normally how board games work. Okay, I'm spending our 2 keys. We can cure 2 distress or unseal the top 2 cards. Now here's an interesting thing. We do have 2 distress. Better to cure 2 distress, I think. Because each distress is worth like 3 sealed cards when you have to recycle your deck. So I'm going to cure these 2 distress. Although you could make the case that unsealing 2 cards... No, probably that's the way to go. Okay, well now we're in 1/7. So 1/7 tiles. Here they are. And 1/7 secret cards. Does anyone else play differently, where you don't let players undo their turns? I'm much more concerned not about someone undoing their turn. My general thing is people should be having fun playing the game. Like, if it benefits some player, I'm not in these, I don't play these games to win them. So even if someone said it's really important to me to have this, even though it would give them a big advantage and be unfair, I think I'd be inclined to let them do it if it mattered to them. I'm much more concerned about taking too long to play. That would be my objection to undoing your turn. Like, let's just take your turn and move along. Okay, reveal the setup tile. So there's 1 setup for 1/7. Let's see what it looks like. I can see it is an image of a shipwreck, it looks like. And what's on the other side of it? It's a real shipwreck. Okay, with some new symbols we've not seen before. So this looks like the bridge where they've got the captain's wheel. We can change course. We've got this very spooky looking tentacle trichinosis thing. We can set the back sail, and then there are these things that we don't know what they mean. We can repair the ship and we can look around. Okay, pretty cool. It reminds me a little bit of the graphic novel in The Watchmen. I assume everyone here knows The Watchmen, famous graphic novel that got made into a movie. In it, it's like a adult superhero graphic novel, pretty amazing. But within it is this little sub-story about this little mini comic book that they're reading, and it's pretty cool. All right, so there's our ship setup tile in B1. All right, what's next? Let's read our introduction 869. We hear thunderous footsteps, even the walls tremble. The mud rises abruptly and floods everything. Is this the end? But let us start from the beginning. In moments such as these, time stops, and you can sometimes trace all the stages that led you to this point. So let's go back a few hours. We saw the hatch to this basement for the first time in the house full of cockroaches. Remember that dream? There was also a newspaper warning about coming down here. We didn't listen. We walked down the winding stairs for hours, the walls becoming more and more decayed and wet. Finally, the stairs ended, a maze of brick corridors stretched in every direction. But there was no hint of dry floor, only an ocean of rusty-colored mud. In the dark distance, we saw a shipwreck, cracked in half, protruding from a sea of mud. A ship? Does this mean we need to know how to sail? Well, nobody said it would be easy. That's how it all started. This is a little fun. It's telling us where we got this dream from. Place a blocked token on the change course action. Okay, so we can't currently change course for some reason. Something's going to have to let us remove that in order to change course. Maybe that'll be the end of the dream. Now let's look at the back of this. The goal is find the treasure or maybe discover the mystery. Special rules mud. Use the purple threat tokens. If there's a mud on each space of B1, B2, and C3, you fail. There can be a maximum of 1 mud per space. Spreading the mud. At the end of each turn, put 1 mud on each space adjacent to any space with mud, but not diagonally, so it spreads. Then roll the luck die, place 1 mud on each space indicated by your roll. Mud does not spread through walls. Mud does not spread outside B1, B2, and C3. Removing the mud. You do an assault 1 times 1 player. So 1 assault to discard 1 mud in range 1. Doesn't sound so bad. If you're out of turns, you keep going. You never actually run out of turns in this one. Now, what is this part about roll the luck die, place 1 mud on each space indicated by your roll? Okay, I see now. So that is the answer to what these are. You can see these are lining up with the symbols on our luck die. So there's a 1, would put a mud here. All right. Let's keep our eye open for this symbol, because this looks like it could be from this dream. Green, actually not really. All right, so that's out. We start on one of these 2 spaces. We can't do this action, so probably it makes sense to start here. Remember, this has no innate meaning unless something in our game tells us about it. At the end of each turn, place 1 mud. So no entities currently. These secret cards are... That's weird. Some of them have double-sided. Okay, no influence, no fate. It's just all pure secrets for this mission. Let's not forget we have a penguin, we have a cat. Mud is going to spread. Okay, 12 turns. That's all 12 turn cards. Depends how familiar we are with the game. There's also an element of personal guilt. Do I feel right about trying to undo, or is it just a misplay? Yeah, for me, I definitely feel pressure to not take too long on my turn. So even when I make a bad turn, and I always regret my actions because I'm not one of these people that spends a lot of time deciding exactly what to do. So it's quite frequent in board games for me to make my turn and then immediately regret it. So I wouldn't undo it just because I regret it, but I understand some people are different. And I would never want someone to feel bad about changing their mind. All right, so here's our turn card, but there's no triggering for any of this. It's another one of these scenarios where None of this does anything. All right, well, we have to draw our 4 cards. We have no cards in our deck, so we have to either take a distress or seal 3 cards. I'm going to go ahead and take a distress. We are also going to put a charge on our shotgun with each time you reshuffle your influence deck, you can discard the top 3 cards to place a charge. So I'm going to reshuffle our influence deck, and we are going to put a charge on our shotgun. So let's just remember I have to throw away 3 of these cards. Cards are unusually stiff cards. Not sure why. Are there different kinds of shuffles you would use when you have stiff cards? I almost feel like this is the little casino shuffle is easier with stiff cards. Don't have to bend so much. But I do find the ripple shuffle to be the more enjoyable way of shuffling. Okay. Okay, 3 cards go away so that we could put a charge on our shotgun. I'm not sure if that's really worth it, but I like the flexibility. And let's remember we may want to flip these cards. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our draw of 4. Just a delusion. Hurry. Let me move this over here. Progress card called Amulet, which I don't care about because it's so expensive for gems. Ghost from the Past. This is one of my favorite cards to drop a full hand. But probably we don't care about taking long turns yet until there's mud for us to want to clean up. So right now, repair the ship, place card C. We want to do all of these. No mud yet, huh? Wow, look at all the red we have. That's a shame. But we've got I Run to Live, so we can spend cards just to move. And I guess that's what we'll start doing. So I'm not going to be playing this. I'm going to spend this card to move here. And look around, repair the ship. Sort of benefits us not to bring out new tiles because then we're more likely to hit these. So I guess I'd be inclined to repair the ship, but we don't have 3 yellow. We don't have 3 yellow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can hold up to 9 with our hand size and our mask. So I might be inclined to just stop right here. We've got enough to deal with mud. I think we'll just stop right here. Okay, end of turn. Now we do this. Place one mud on each space adjacent to mud, but we don't start with any mud, so that's that. Then we roll the luck die and put a mud on each space indicated by your roll. So we could soon have lots of mud coming out. Let's see what we've got here. We got a 1. Okay, that's a little bit unfortunate because we had a good chance of not having any mud come out, but not going to be hard for us to clear up the mud on the 1 space. That's the end of that turn. We don't really care about turns. We're not on time pressure here. Our next turn is that. See it here. It doesn't matter, does it? Okay, 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our flaw. The flaw doesn't do anything. Discard active item, replace it. But we don't have any items, so it just gets discarded. But 1 less card drawn. Okay, now we've got some yellows. Okay, so let's use our 3 yellow now to repair the ship. $3.93. Remember, feel free to suggest things. Do we take a break now before fully beginning? Sure. We'll take our break here. When we come back, we'll repair the ship. The fact that the goal says find the treasure or maybe discover the mystery makes me think there's a hidden dream gate somewhere in this dream. Or a treasure and a mystery. Okay, I had two thoughts before we resume playing here. The one thought is, anytime we play a dream where there's no entity, I feel like my focus is, how do I avoid doing the thing that brings out the entity that is relentlessly attacking us? Like, I'd like to get the timing right so that we don't bring out the monster until the last minute. I did have another thought, though. With one player, we've got a very cheap action for getting rid of mud. But if the place spreads out quite a bit, it's going to be hard to always be cleaning up the mud. But I remember that we have this card. It's face down, so we don't currently get to use it. But it increases the range of assaults, which is how you get rid of the mud. So this card would be very useful for us. It would give us +2 range. So I think we're going to try to bring this out now, but we need 3 green. We really need some blue gems because we don't quite have 3 green. Okay, we don't need it yet, but I do want to get that. Yes, we do. Okay, so we could use this to get 3 green. So normally I would say, well, what's the rush to getting this assault? Because we don't need it yet, and maybe that's true. But remember that this card isn't always on the top of our deck, and we can only use this to flip a card when it is. So I'm a little bit inclined to do it while we still can. Oh, we've paid for repairing the ship. Let's do that. We could try bringing out a penguin too. The penguins, we know some of the penguins just help with entities, so I'd be inclined not to do him yet. But yes, we really have been remiss in not bringing out the penguin. But let's do this since we've paid for it. 393, repair the ship. It looks like we can sail on this ship and explore this mud ocean basement thing. Maybe we'll find out where it ends. We just need to get both parts of the ship together, take the sails from below decks and hoist them. If both parts of the ship, B1 and B2, are revealed, reveal cards A and B. Now discard the block token on the change course. So I think what it means is, I hope it's not going to make us do this again when B1 and B2 is out. I assume, well, okay, I think maybe we just wasted 3, but there's no point in changing course until we repair it, but we are now allowed to remove this. Sounds like we are going to have to do this again, though, and that was wasted. Okay, there is no way for us to know. We know we have to get rid of this mud. That's an assault of 1. We might as well do that now. I want to get those long arms out. But that's not really the way I want to do it. Okay, I'm going to save this for bringing out long arms. What was the other one we have flipped over? Optimization, that's our delta phase. We might want to get this out since soon, because we don't know when delta phase is going to trigger. So, all right. Well, we're not going to use this for anything better. So I'm going to go ahead and use this to get rid of this mud. We know we have to do that this turn because we don't want it to spread. like to get some blue gems. Maybe I should have used that when we reshuffled. All right, I'm going to use this card to move over to here. We don't have enough yellow to look around unless we use this for yellow. Place card C any side you want. Sorry, maybe you can't see this as well as you should be able to. I'm going to stop our turn here just because there's no use doing inefficient stuff when the danger from the mud is so small. So there's no mud to spread, but we now roll this to see if where new mud comes out. It's a 3. There's no 3, so no new mud comes out. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So now you see I cannot flip the arms because that's not on top. But here's our new cards. Okay, let's do the rest of this and let's prepare to use long arms. I kind of wish I had brought out the long arms earlier. All right, 1 red and 1 yellow to place card C. I think I'd rather look around first for 3. So I'm going to spend another. I guess we have enough green now. Okay, I'm going to spend 1 yellow. And 1 red to. I'm spending 3 yellow to do this look around action to reveal tile X. The only danger here is this is going to bring out a place for mud. And sure enough, it does. But here is the second half of the ship. So there's a bell. When you reach the edge of the mud sea, use the bell. You can spend 4 green to go under deck to relocate to any space on B1 or B2. We can use the oars. We can set the front sail. And we've got a place for 2s and 3s. Now notice that, well, we have no duplicate symbols now, but this is a little bit dangerous for us. In fact, look at this. There's a wall here. So we can't get over to here unless this lets us, but we could do a repair, which might very well get rid of this line. So now we have a serious risk of mud coming out here that we can't fix. It almost feels like it would be more important for us to get this wall down before the mud gets out of control. Even though we are in this space and we could do this action, but I'm more concerned about being able to do this action. Boy, it is really hurting us that we don't have the blue gems to use. I'll tell you what we could do. We don't really need this key. We could spend this key for a blue gem. That's sort of what Jonathan was saying, why we should have taken a key. All right, so let's remember we can change this in for a gem. Now we've got a reason we need the 4 greens too. I mean, I don't love the idea of having to come back here. So I'd be inclined to get out this black sail at some point, sooner rather than later. We don't really need this card yet without any entities. All right, let's try to get this done. I'm going to spend these 2 cards, 1 yellow and 1 red, to set the black sail. You think we can set it before we repair the ship? Seems like it's telling us we can. Although, actually, this is a good card to use with these mud because we can increase the range to 5. So maybe I should keep this. But I want to use this to repair the ship. I'm going to leave the sail. I'm not going to do the sail yet. I'm going to use this card to move here, and I'm going to repair the ship with 3. I'm going to seal this card to generate 3 yellow in order to get this ship sailed, because I want to make sure we can reach over there. So we did this very inefficiently, but it was because B1 or B2 are revealed. So I've had to waste actions because we did that, but it does now bring out cards A and B. Let's see what these look like. Yeah, this is what I was hoping for. So this gets rid of that wall. So we've put the 2 parts of the ship together so that you can see it goes over this. So we now can walk across the ship, which is exactly what we were hoping for. Now I can take care of mine. Now what's this? Let's sail. Take all turn cards, reshuffle them, take 3 turn cards per player, so just 3. Make a new pile. From now on, these turn cards are used differently. Don't discard them at the end of the turn. They form the sailing tasks deck. The current turn suit indicates the task that you must fulfill in order to sail further. Whenever you complete the task, discard the current turn card, reveal the next one. When you discard the last of them, you arrive at the edge of the mud sea. Any dreamer may spend 6 green influence. Then, if any player sings a sea shanty, yes, sing in real life, discard the current turn card. So you can spend 6 to discard the current turn, but does it mean The current sailing tasks deck? I see. I see. The sailing task deck is just 3 cards, but that you don't pay attention to their suit. It's you still pay attention to your turn suit. It's actually worded poorly. You take 3 turn cards, you make a new pile. From now on, these turn cards, okay, so you are looking at the suit on those turn cards, and then you're getting rid of them. If you get rid of all 3 of them, you reach the edge. What you have to do is listed by the suit that's on there, but you can always skip doing the task by spending 6 and 6 green and singing a song. Okay. Pretty neat. Let's just put that over here. Now, there's no mud yet, and we have succeeded in repairing the ship. So ideally, I would go back here, put the sail. We've had to do some very inefficient things here. We need the sails before we can change course, and we also want to find the treasure, or the mystery. Now, how crazy is this? Let's take a look. I want you to see this card. Pay attention to this, what this says, and tell me what you think the ramifications of that are. Okay, so take a look at what that says. Maybe I'll move it here. Okay, so we've repaired the ship, which has brought out this card. But now look, there's an action to return this card to the secrets of this dream. Now, what does that tell you? What can you conclude from that? What can you conclude from that action? Well, Jonathan says something that I didn't consider, but I don't think that's my main thing. But I think you're making a good point that you could get onto this side and seal it up. That's more what I was thinking. Jonathan's saying you split up so the mud wouldn't flow, but I think more likely what it is you get over here and then you cut the boat up and no monsters or mud can flow over. But I was thinking entities, so I was thinking there's going to be some scenario where you'd like to isolate, you're going to be here and isolate this side. Or vice versa. I guess you could take care of these and then use this to go over here. Let's just prepare to have to isolate this side of the thing. Use the oars. Would you use the oars instead of the sail? No, surely we've got to put the sails up. And I really want to get our long arms up. So front sail, back sail. Well, we've got one card that lets us assault at high range. So You know, even if the mud comes out all the way over here, we're going to be able to take care of it. So I guess we're going to go over here and try to set this sail. I need one red and one yellow. I don't want to spend this yellow though. So I think the thing to do is end our turn here. And this is as good a place as any to end our turn. All right. When were we supposed to do this? From now on, they form the sailing tasks. When you discard the last of them, you arrive. But, is that right? Did I turn this card? No, it said A and B, right? Reveal cards A and B. This is weird. This seems to say that we're sailing. But we haven't changed direction and we haven't put up the sails. So does this mean we shouldn't be putting up the sails? Like, it's a little weird. It feels like we should have to have the sails up. But I guess it's saying take all turn cards, shuffle them. Okay, let me undo our current turn. But it is weird. It feels like change course, change position. Okay, so I guess now you can see that we shouldn't try to change course unless we're told to. It is weird, though, that it's telling us to change the back sail and change the front sail, but we might not have even set them. That feels like surely we must have to set those sails, regardless of whether our thing is to... So it's a diamond. This has changed the position of the front sail. This is going to be our sail deck. So surely front sail. So this is the back sail. This is the sail we want. But surely we have to bring both sails out before the end. Well, remember, nothing is forcing this on a clock, right? So it's just whenever we get the front sails up, then we can go to the next one. But maybe there's no point doing the back sail. I guess we'll go and do the front sail and see what happens. At least we'll understand what this card is. So I'm not going to mess with this back sail yet until we see what this is. And there's no point in using the oars or changing course until our turn says to do it. We haven't reached the Mud Sea, and there's no point in relocating. So I guess we're just going to head over here and try to set this front sail, which is part of our turn. I want to save enough green that I can bring out our range, but Yeah, okay, so here's our current turn. I guess we're going to end our turn here. When we end our turn, we see if more mud comes out. It's a 3. That brings out mud here. That's fine. We're on our way there anyway. And a new hand of 4 cards. Okay, we're finally getting some yellow cards. That's good. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to flip a card. Flip a progress card. Is there a normal rule for flipping a progress card? I'm trying to remember. Is there a normal cost you can do? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I don't think there's just a baseline rule for flipping a progress card. All right. So let's get over there and put out the front sail. Thankfully, we've got cards to do it, and we need to take care of that mud too. So I'm going to spend 2 yellow, 1, 2 to move, and then we're going to spend 1 red to get rid of this mud. A little bit of overkill there. And now a red and a yellow. I'd rather not seal this, so I'm going to spend it. This is a bit of a waste here. But it's worth it to see what happens. Although, boy, would I love to keep this yellow for movement. But this is more important to keep for clearing a mud far away. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to do this action to put the front sail. Place card D on any side you want. Okay, let's take a look. So here's what card D looks like. It is the front sail. Okay, so you have to place it first before you can change the position. So first you place it, and then you spend 4 green to flip it. Same thing on both sides, but the imagery is different. This one has like a pitchfork with a ribbon, and this one has like a snake ribbon. Otherwise identical, huh? Any theory about whether we should care about? It's the same functionally. So we're forced to flip this. Like, changing the position is not the same as bringing it out. And it's going to go here. So assuming we don't have a good reason to prefer one side or the other, I guess I'll just put it on that side. Okay, look at this card. If the current turn suit is a clover, which it is, draw 4 cards. So I'm going to throw away this card and draw 4 cards because we are on a clover suit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still not where I want to be here. Okay, but now we have more cards to work with. Unfortunately, we didn't gain any greens, but we are here, which would let us gain 5 movement. We don't care about that. We want to hold on to this card until we can get some gems. Notice that we can't change the sail till we get over there, though. And we're going to have to go all the way around. So actually, 5 movement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is what we want. So especially since there's no mud, I think we do use this to gain 5 movement. So let's go ahead and spend now or never to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, look at this. Before we do that, we are finally in mud. So we could restore an item with this card. Shall we do that just for fun? The problem is we'd like those green. So I think it might be better for us to... Well, I don't know. Maybe for fun we should do this. Okay, let's go ahead and do this for fun before we leave this space. So we're in a mud space here. So I'm going to throw away this card to restore a random item just for fun. It's nice to have items. Let's see, where do we get our items from? Not from there, but from here. Okay, a random item. The journal. Okay, what does the journal item do? Seal a card to unflip all their cards or to reshuffle their deck without penalty. Well, that's pretty useful to us, but it would cost us 4 to do it. That's pretty useful. We can either use it as 2 or spend 4 extra to flip our cards. The nice thing about that is we could do that in an emergency as soon as we needed to, as long as we had 4 green. We don't know what's going to happen when we flip this card, though. So I'd be inclined to do that now. So let's spend 4 green. A little scary because it means we can't get our long reach if we need it, and we're pretty far away from where mud would come out. But I don't know what's going to happen when we do this sale. If we keep these, we've still got room for a full hand. Okay, I'm going to stop here because I want the flexibility to bring out long arms if we need it. Although we have this, so we know we can reach a mud that's up to 5 away. Okay, because I have that, I'm going to go ahead and flip the sail. So I'm spending 4 green to take this action, which says resolve 622, flip the card. Okay, let's go ahead and see what happens here. 622. If the card Let's Sail is not revealed, or if the current card turn suit is not a diamond, you think you're doing great, gain 1. If the card sale is revealed and the current turn suit is a diamond, resolve the following. This is confusing now. Why is it confusing? Because it seems like maybe I misread this. Take all turn cards and shuffle them. So I was keeping two separate piles. I was keeping a sailing tasks deck. And I was keeping a normal turns deck. But this seems to suggest that what? There's only one turn deck? It seems like it wants us to think there's only one turn deck. So I'm going to pretend that this isn't here, even though we benefited strongly from having the clover turn. I think the best way to play this is to say this will be our new turn deck. With the intention being that if you change the position of the front sail in order to accomplish this goal, then the game wants you to do this harder thing. The wind becomes so violent that the bottom of our sail tears. So I do think we're supposed to do this latter one. So if you do this top thing is like if you're just flipping the changing the sail for fun, you gain a thing. But we're not doing it for fun. So we're saying the current turn suit is a diamond. And now choose one. Reef your sail until the rupture is covered. Blow into the sail or abandon the ship. What does that even mean? What does reef your sail? Does that mean you take down the sail? I think that's what it means. So whenever you complete the task, discard the current turn card and reveal the next one. So we are going to get to do that. We surely don't want to abandon the ship. With the ship task deck, I'm confused when we would draw more cards and when we would add mud. I mean, we still have to do it at the end of our turn. We would add mud. But it seems like we don't have turns anymore. Like we only have 3 cards and we're never going through the turn deck. It is very... It would be nice if this was clearer. It says make a new pile, but... And now it says it forms a sailing tasks deck. But it seems to be clear that it's just the 3... Take 3 turn cards, make a new pile. These cards are used differently. Don't discard them at the end of your turn. They're the sailing desk. But then it starts talking about the turn suit again. But it surely must be talking about the sailing tasks. When you complete a task, it says you discard the current turn card. That's where things get badly expressed. I assume it means discard the current sailing task card and reveal the next one. When you get rid of all three of them... Yeah, okay, so we don't have a normal turn deck anymore. We just have these three things we have to do. We've done one of them. So yeah, we still have our turns and everything. The question is, which of these do we do? Blow into the sail. That's a weird thing to do. Reef your sail. Don't know what that's about. I guess I'd be inclined to try blowing into the sail. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but that's the reason I guess we should do it. Don't think too much, they say. We blow on the sail. By the power of our magnificent breath, the sail is repaired in seconds. After a while, we start to cough something up, a piece of crystallized air. Okay, so we're in a dream. That was the right thing to do. We got ourselves a blue gem, and the sail repaired itself. That's excellent. And it says discard the current turn card, which is the current sail card. Okay, so that's done. Now we are in the spade suit, which says change the position of the back sail. Okay, so at least we don't have to rationalize not putting up the sails, because by luck, we are being forced to put up both sails, which seems reasonable to me. That's the end of our turn. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess theoretically we could do this now if we could on our current turn, but I'm not going to. We're going to do our end of turn. So first the mud spreads. There's no mud, so we're rolling for mud. It's a 3. That's unfortunate because it's very far away, but we do have a precaution for that. Now we get our 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We didn't flip this, right? So we should have also flipped this when we did that action. Here's our new cards. Okay, we've got 2 shinies. We can trigger at least one of them easily enough. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's spend this and, well, uncontrolled flight. We are pretty far away, so I don't know. If we spend these 2, we could get 3 gems, which would let us move 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where we're trying to go. So we only need 4. Or we could just spend this card. And maybe get to move, probably get to move most of the distance. But since we don't need green and we do need yellows and reds, I think we're probably better off getting 6 generic. We also probably want to stop there. I think this is the right thing. So I'm spending this to get 3 blue gems. Smarty we don't care much about. So I'm going to use this to move. 1, 2. Wouldn't mind holding on to this and using it to generate more gems. We're going to need to do this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll use our shotgun, which gives us an assault. Actually, it gives us 3 damage. We only need 1, but it does range of 3. 1, 2, 3. So we'll be able to get rid of this mud from here. And then we can use a 2 gem to move to. And now we need a red and a yellow to place the back sail. We can't use this for the red and the yellow because this generates 2 of any type. So I think what we're going to have to do is overspend just because I want to keep this card for emergency. Although if we flip this, we won't need it. But I'm going to go ahead and spend this and this as a red and a yellow in order to set the back sail, which says to place card C. So here's our card C. It's the back sail. And I note again, we have the pitchfork and the snake. Any idea if it's better for us to have one sail or another or a mixture of them? Maybe what it's on has to do with the blowing. So we're better off if we know that on this side you can blow into it. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing as before. I'm going to put this one out. Where does it go? It says, I guess it's just meant for us to be able to see that it goes right on there. So there's our sails. And now we still have to get up to it and flip it with 4 green, which we don't have. So we're going to end our turn here. The mud spreads. There's no mud. We roll to bring out new mud. Oh, this one again. That's some real bad luck that it's always all the way over here. There's our 4 cards. Still no ability to flip. Place the ghost. I don't remember. Sure, we saw this. Oh yeah, this was something we got from a kid's dream. So you can place a ghost, you move it, and the entities go after it. Just like the penguin. I don't really need that, but we can use those 3 green for sure. We need to get here, but we do want to get rid of this mud if we can, because otherwise it will spread. We don't have any more shotgun blasts, but we can do this. So, oh, we don't want to spend that though. One, two, three. We only need to move 3, but I think we need to use this one to get that mud. So I don't want to, I want to use this to get rid of that mud. I have to combine it with another assault though. Well, that's some wasteful actions. The sooner we get it flipped, though, the sooner we see what's next. All right, so I am going to use this to do the assault. We have to combine it with something. It doesn't do... If we use it for this, it has no assault, but no cost. Increase the range of your current action to 5 for an assault. And then I'm just going to combine it with this to assault, which is enough to get rid of this mud. And now we're going to spend 2 yellow to go 1, 2. And now we need to move once more and then spend 4 green. It's pretty wasteful though. And I'd rather not spend this. I think I'm inclined... Actually, I'm going to take this back. I'm going to stay here and take another turn. Then if the mud is here, maybe we have to divert or bring out long arms. But that should give us maximum freedom, and if we get lucky and the mud is close by, we can take care of it on the way. So I'm going to stop my turn here. Mud can't expand, but now we see if more mud comes out. It's this, which is right here. That's what I was hoping on our way. All right, that makes life a little bit easier for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, we still can't get long arms, but we don't need it. We've got this card. No, no, no. More no's than you can count. Block 1 step on the current turn or gain a blue gem. Okay, so blue gem would be good, but so would these 3 green. So let's take the rest of this. We've got our ladder in the dark. It's not going to help us. We've got catch your breath. Reshuffle your influence deck without penalty. I mean, we are going to have to reshuffle our influence deck right now. So now would be the time to use it. And we've got too many green, so I think we should use this right now. But we can't use the hours. Shuffling the influence deck would save us a distress. We've only got 1. I suppose we could use this green, though. Let me think about it for a second. First of all, we got to kill this thing. So I'm going to... We don't have any reds other than this one, which is 3 green. But I guess we're swimming in green now. So I'm going to go ahead... I'm going to go ahead and spend this. Instead of for 3 green, I'm going to use it to get rid of this mud. And then we're going to move 3. We're in the same situation as we were before. No stairs here, so I'm just going to go 1, 2. And then we're going to waste 1 to move 1 card we can waste. This is only a single green and we don't need this, so I'm going to use this to move here. Although actually the greens are more useful than the yellows, I don't know. Not eventually, they won't be. Okay, let's go ahead and flip this sail for 4. Sort of inclined to hold on to that one. It doesn't really help us much. We don't really need this. Okay, so we're going to overpay 5 for this. And we are going to flip the back sale. Flip this card, resolve 693. Okay, we're flipping the card. Now we've got both of these. 693. Okay, and okay, the suit is that. So resolve the following. The backstay snaps violently. Change course to the wind line. Try to sail with the wind or set the ship sideways to the wind. So I was hoping we would get the same choice as before, given that the ship was still facing the same way. The sail had the same symbol, but it doesn't. Change the course to the wind line. Try to sail with the wind. Set the ship sideways to the wind. The backstay snaps violently. You got a preference here? I don't know how to choose from here. Change course. I mean, changing course sounds difficult if we want to get to the mud island, but maybe we want to go someplace different. Set the ship sideways to the wind. That sounds dangerous. That sounds like a good way to get your ship blown over. Jonathan says he would try to set sail with the wind or change course to the wind line. I don't see how those are different. One is change course to match the wind and the other one is sail with the wind. How do you explain that? Aren't those the same things? Change course to the wind line. That seems like you're setting a course to follow the wind, and then this other one says set sail with the wind. I'm reading try to sail with the wind as not changing anything. And that's what you think we should do, Jonathan? Backstay might be a clue that we should stay. All right, so Jonathan says backstay, which is surely a sailing term, but Jonathan says that means we should not change anything. So try to set sail with the wind, says Jonathan. Without the support of the forestay, the mast collapses. If any dreamers on the front sail or the back sail cards, place them in any space on B1 and B2. Such a dreamer must spend 3 yellow or they suffer 2 distress. Then we discard the front and back. All right. So the mast collapsed. Okay, and it says we get shoved to any space on B1 or B2, and then both sails are going to disappear. And we can be anywhere. I guess we want to be close to the mud and setting sails. So 1, 2. 1, 2. I guess this is best for us. But we're also knocked down. We have to spend 3 yellow, which we do have, or 2 distress. I guess we'd rather spend 3 yellow. So I'm going to spend 2 with this, and then 2 with this, to avoid us having to take 2 distress. That gets us woken up. But we have succeeded in changing the back sail, at least. Our next task before we reach the end of our trip is to set back and change the front sail. So we're gonna have to put it back up and then change it again. That's a pain. If that hadn't happened, it would have been much easier for us to do it. We could have just walked right to it and changed it. On the other hand, we know what to do now. We know to blow into this one. Okay, end of turn. There's no time pressure. There's no mud. So now new mud comes out. It's right on our space. That's convenient. Now, do we want to use this to reshuffle our influence deck? I guess we're not going to use it for that. We're going to instead take another distress. And we're going to shuffle this. And we're going to either take a gem or take a shotgun. I guess the shotgun is pretty useful in this scenario to keep us from having to go track. So I'm going to go ahead and put a shotgun blast on that. And let's remember I owe this game 3 cards to do that. What are we supposed to do other than just reach the edge of this mud sea? We're probably going to want to ring that bell, right? But why are we going to need to do that? All right. 1, 2, 3. These go away to pay for our shotgun blast. 1, 2, 3, 4. We still don't have our card that lets us bring out long arms, but we can always get it this way. Here's our cards. We're going to need to spend a red and a yellow when we get here. We need to spend 1 red to do that. And then we're going to need to spend a whole bunch of green to flip the sail. And I'd rather not seal more cards. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to spend this to get rid of this mud. We could spend these to get, let's get rid of these 2 with So Shiny to get us 3 blue gems. And then I'm going to use one of them. Oh, this is such a waste. No, you know what we'll do? So I didn't use this, right? I think I used this to kill this person. I think what we'll do is we'll end our turn here, because we're in a good position to squash any mud that comes out. We're not in a rush. And we're stock up. Okay, so we're going to end our turn here. We're going to roll for new mud. It's a 2, which brings it out right here. No mud spreading. Get our new 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them is our flaw. Okay, that's unfortunate because we lost our ability to get out our long arms. So that goes away. We lose this item. And we get a new item. Now it's kind of a good item, but okay, what have we got now? The key to everything. Discard to gain a key or gain 3 keys and it's worth 3. All right, well, we'll probably just use this for the 3 green. In fact, I see now that we have this on the top of our deck. So I think now is the time to go ahead. Let's go ahead and spend this 3 green to trigger this. Discard this card, which was our assistant, in order to flip long arms. That's going to make it possible to clear mud at distance. Okay, we need to do an assault. I'm going to use this as our assault to get rid of this mud at distance 1. A little bit of a shame. I guess I could use the shotgun and hold on to that 3 green. But maybe we have enough green. I guess it's not going to matter because we're going to need a red here. Okay, doesn't matter. That's that. Then we're going to spend a gem to move 2. And now we're going to need to spend a yellow and a red. We don't have a red, so I'm going to have to waste a blue gem. Well, this would sure be nice to use this to travel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 spaces, 2 spaces. I don't think it's worth it. Better just to use the gems. Okay, there's my 1 yellow and 1 red. Is it? I'm trying to think whether it's better to use this to move. Let's save this. We could move 2. We'd almost certainly be able to move more than 2. All right, I'm going to hold on to this. I'm going to spend 1 yellow and 1 red with these cards. That's painful, but that's what we're going to do. That lets us put the front sail back out. We're going to do it just like we had it before so that we know which way to blow into the sail. And now we could try to move there right now. But we're better off staying next to where the mud comes out. So I'm going to stay right here. Turn ends. No mud to spread, but new mud comes out. It's an X. We don't have a space for mud, so no mud comes out. Next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jonathan thinks we're overpowered for this. I do feel like maybe we are a little bit overpowered for this. All right, well, we want to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could generate that if we needed to, but what we're going to try to do is use uncontrolled flight. Before we do that, though, we are going to spend a yellow and a red with the So Shiny to get us 3 gems. That's going to allow us to re-roll the uncontrolled flight if we need to. Roll the luck die. We're either going to move 3 spaces, 1 space, or relocate. We'd rather relocate. It's a 3. 3 is relocate to any space. That's exactly what we were going for. So we get to go all the way to the front sail. Now we're going to spend 4 green. Let's not forget we're going to want to ring the bell, probably. We might want to use this for a gem. So I'm going to go ahead and spend these 4 green to change the position of the front sail. We're flipping this card and reading 622, which we think we know how to handle. We're going to blow into the sail, which gains us a blue gem. We coughed it up and we got rid of the turn. Now, we have completed this. When you discard the last of the turn cards, you arrive at the edge of the Mud Sea. I'm a little bit concerned that our back sail is not up, but I guess thematically it got damaged. I'm afraid we're going to get some entities now, but we should take a break here. When we come back, we will arrive at the edge of the Mud Sea and see what happens. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are in a weird situation here, but I guess we don't really have a choice. Should we have tried the auras first to see how they work? I don't know. Hold on, I have to... Okay. We've reached the end. We've done our 3 things, so we must do this. When you discard the last of the turn cards, you arrive at the edge of the Mud Sea S170. We have no idea what this is going to trigger. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. It was a long journey. Finally, we arrive at the edge of the Mud Sea, also called the Sea of Sleeping. Further on is a much darker sea. Nobody has traveled there yet, or at least has come back to talk about it. The black waves make us shiver. You have fulfilled all of your tasks. Discard the last Let's Sail card. It will not be needed anymore during this dream. And then it says, reshuffle the turn cards. Create a new turn deck with all 12 cards. And now we're going back to the basic rules. And remember, the basic rules say if you run out of turns, you just reshuffle. So we are at the Mud Sea. We've got our new turn card, which is here. And now it says that what next? Well, decide for yourself, it says. So rules are back to normal. We can put out another sail. We can change course. We can use the oars. We've never changed course before. We can only do that once we have our sails up. But we have arrived at the Mud Sea. And most importantly, we could ring the bell. But this is the Sea of Sleeping. Do we really want to ring the bell at the Sea of Sleeping? Further on is a much darker sea. Nobody has traveled there yet. I really wonder if it doesn't know that we've put away the Let's Sail cards. But I really wonder if, like, ringing the bell doesn't end the dream here at the Mud Sea. And I feel like maybe we should see if we could push this boat on without ringing the bell. All right, we're in good health. Let's try to put up the sail and maybe steer the ship or something. We could just go ring the bell and see what happens. I'm afraid that the bell is bad. I'm inclined to try the other stuff first. All right, let's see where the mud comes out. The mud comes out here. And now it's our turn again. Draw 2 cards, or if we're on a clover, 4 cards. So we don't need that right now. We do need yellow, though. We don't need hours. So I think what we're going to do is go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we're going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4 with our 2 yellows. Then I'm going to spend this to get rid of this mud. A little bit of overkill. I think that was the thing to do. Okay, now we're going to put up the back sail. We are going to try to... We are going to try to get the sails up and then steer the ship. The one yellow, one red. This is useful when you're stressed for time, but we're not, so... I think we are going to... I think we're going to end our turn here. Mud doesn't spread. New mud comes out here, which is right here. That's lucky for us. 4 more cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we need to spend 1 red to get this mud. I guess that's going to be this one, although we need a mud. We need a red for that. Well, I guess it's half a dozen of 1. That's that. And then I guess we'll spend a blue gem and this yellow to place the back sail. Now, let's figure out how we want to place this. We got 2 choices. We could place it the way we did before, read the same story, and choose something different than we chose last time. Or we could start it here and then have 3 new choices. What do you think? It's either a theory that all the choices on this side are bad, but that's not what happened on the front sail. So I'd be inclined to do a Monty Hall problem and say, let's put it where we had it before. And try one of the other choices. It's a little scary that this side looks like one side better. It's really hard to know, isn't it? One is a trident with a little spider on it, and one is waves with a little spider. Okay, so we're going to put it on the same side as before, and now we're going to try something different there. And what are these? These are cards we haven't spent yet. Okay, so now we need to hit up here. 1, 2, 3. So there's our 2 plus 1. That's our 3. Move up here. 1, 2, 3. Now we need to spend 4 green. I suppose it's these 2. There's our 4 green. And we are now going to flip this over and read 693 again and try something different. It's going to be a little annoying if this does the same thing again. So last time we tried to sail with the wind, right? Last time we tried to sail with the wind. Is that right? 992 is what we did last time. Okay. Yeah, we tried to sail with the wind. So now Do we change our course with the wind line? Jonathan says, this time try sideways, so you take it. I'll say this time try sideways, so you take it how you want. I think we tried to sail with the wind. I really wish I understood the difference. Change course to the wind line or step the ship sideways to the wind. That just seems like a way to get your ship blown over. Now, guess what? This doesn't work. If the Let's Sail card is not revealed, so actually this doesn't do anything, which we should have known. Right? This actually doesn't do anything. We forgot about that. I mean, let's just for fun see what happens if you set your ship sideways. They're not prepared. Suffer a damage. Discard all cards from your hand or spend 3. It's the same thing. I'm just going to see just for fun since our sailway is gone. Was there a right answer? Yes. Okay, so there was a right answer, but none of it matters because we don't have the Let's Sail. So instead we just wasted our 4 green and we get this. But what we really wanted was not to change the sail. We really just wanted to... Oh, it forced us. Well, no, we didn't have to come out and flip that, but all right, we flipped it. We've done a bunch of wasted stuff on this game, but on the other hand, it feels like we've been overpowered. So now, but what we haven't done is tried to change course. So we don't have movement there, and we don't have that, so we have to stop our turn. So no mud, but new mud at the 3. Okay, that's the worst spot for us, but we do have long arms, so I think we're going to be okay. Long arm means assault goes up by 1, 2, 3. Normally 1, so 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, because of long arms, very long arms, we are going to be able to clear that. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's our 4 new cards. Our new suit is again spade. All right, so we need to be able to assault this with the 4. So I guess we're going to spend... I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's spend throw anything. We don't need this anymore because of our very long arms, I think. So we'll spend that to get rid of this. And then we're going to walk 2. And then we are going to use these or get an item. Surely an item is better than just using it for the 1. But we don't know what item we're going to get. I'm going to use it. Then if we don't get a yellow, that's okay. I'll use a gem. So I'm going to use this because we're in mud to get us an item. Just because the items are kind of fun. Okay, here's our item. It's the Book of Water. Very fitting because we are on water. However, we're not on pure water. So we can't actually use this to enter the sunken room. So now I am going to have to use a gem. One red and one yellow to change course. Okay, 243. Now is where things are getting interesting. By the way, we could have used the cat to move around. Well, let's go ahead and see what happens if you try to change course after you've set sail. If the turn suit is not a heart, you use the steering wheel to navigate the meandering corridors, so nothing happens. If the turn suit is a heart, someone, a crew member, falls into the swamp. That doesn't sound like it's useful for us. I guess what we've learned here is that we shouldn't be trying to steer course. That's weird, though. Huh. This might just be one of these things where if you played it enough, you would discover this magic thing, actions to take to get to this mystery. But for us, we're just do nothing here. The only thing left now is for us to use the oars or ring the bell. So we're going to end our turn here. There's no mud to spread, but we can bring out new mud on the 2 position, which is right here. And we've got a new turn, which is the clover turn, which is good for this. So pocket ladder. There's our 4 cards. It's a clover, so we would have 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's surely the best use of our card. So I'm going to spend this to move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can assault this with this card or this card. We're going to assault it with this one. That gets rid of this mud. Now we have a choice to make, though. We can use our gems to help us. Oh, no, that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to the oars. All right, I'll just... we'll just move less than we need to. So I want to use the oar. I guess then... it's okay. We could use this to restore an item, though. Since this is of very little value to us. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to use it to choose an item. If nothing else, we'll choose a yellow or red item. Contact balloon. Do we want our balloon back? Vintage car. Little helpers to re-roll. Flashlight. So we're getting rid of water. What we need to use the oars is a yellow, so I could just take this for a yellow. I'm going to take the balloon and I'm going to try not to use it, I guess. Let me see what Jonathan is saying. Maybe we should just cycle some turns till we get the heart again. I feel like probably the changing course is how we find the treasure or the hidden dream. You really think so? Well, it's too late. While I'm doing the oars, let me use the oars and then we'll figure out what to do. So I'm going to stop here rather than waste my gems on this oar action. Although actually, let me use this. Overturn, so draw 4 cards. 1, 2. Then we have to take another distress and reshuffle. I'm going to not throw out cards for a gem. All right, I'm willing to try steering more, Jonathan. Let me try using the oars first. We're trying all different things to avoid ringing this bell. Even though, is it possible there's something, a picture drawn on one of these cards that we should be looking for? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our locker. Okay, I want to do the oars. So let's spend these two red, 1 yellow. And we are going to use the oars 756. Then we will have at least seen everything here. 756. If the cardlet sail is not revealed, or the turn suit is not a clover, you row as hard as you can, you don't seem to make any headway at all. So nothing happens. Totally pointless. The ship was the only one that didn't depend on let's sail. So that's maybe a clue that Jonathan is on the right track. All right, well, again, let's end our turn here. No mud spreads, but new mud comes out on 3, which is next to us here. And now we've got a next turn. Let's see if it's going to be a heart. It's not a heart, which means there's no point in steering. But that's okay. We got plenty of time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's do shiny to get ourselves 3 more gems for flexibility. What is our plan now? So I need 1 red to get rid of this. So let me go ahead and do this. All right, we can't steer the ship. We could ring the bell, or we could just go there and wait. But there's no point in going there and wait. We should stay near the mud. So the only question I have for you is if we should ring the bell, or try steering, or wait until we get a heart and then try steering. There's no real time sensitivity, though. If we have infinite time, don't ring the bell, says Jonathan. I think you were right, and it will wake us up. All right, so we're not going to ring the bell, and we're going to stay right here because this is the best place for us, especially when we can draw our full hand. So we're going to end our turn. New mud comes out on the blank space, which is good. That hyphen space. Our next turn is a heart. All right, so this is the turn when we are going to... So our flaw card is on top of the deck. I think maybe it's time for us to get rid of that flaw card. But let's take our turn here. We can do this action multiple times on the same turn. So that's going to be interesting. Okay, so we're going to go and kill this mud, I suppose, with this card. And now we want to go up here and do this multiple times if we can. We only have one yellow, but we have lots of gems. So it looks like we're going to go 1, 2, 3. That's 2 yellow and then a card. We don't care about this card. Okay, so with our run to live card, we can move ourselves here. Okay, now we need 1 red and 1 yellow. We're going to use this as our red, and we're going to use a blue gem as our yellow. And we are going to change course. We'll be able to do that a bunch of times if we want to. So 243. Now here is our hard question, but let's see what we want to do here. Okay, if it's a heart, suddenly a crew member appears next to you and falls into the swamp. Will you save him? Now notice that every time we do this, one falls in. So what do we do? What do we do here? Like, are these our dreamers that are falling in? So if we want to steer, we got to leave this person in the water? These are weird choices. If we get on the raft, maybe we go to Treasure Island. Is that what we should do, Jonathan? Try the life raft? Use a life raft. So we're getting off the boat, and maybe we'll get to the other place. Is that what we should do? Pay 1 raft to use the life raft? Go with your gut. That does seem like the way to go. All right, we're going to pay 1 raft to use the life raft. Now, I don't want to use my Ghost from the Past card because that card is what we could use to have lots of turns on hearts. So I'm going to waste a gem, and we are going to read the life raft. We've got a theory here. Let's see what happens. It takes us a while because we've never done anything like this before, but we finally managed to throw a life raft overboard, yet we fail to change our course. When we look around, we cannot see the poor soul anymore. Don't discard the current turn. So we are back on our space. We didn't steer, and the guy is gone. Boy, this is very expensive for us to do. Okay, I'm going to spend motivation to draw 2 cards. One is our flaw, and one is something else. It is a yellow. That's good. I guess we're going to throw out this balloon. Get another item. Instead. That's too bad. We don't need that flashlight. Maybe it's time to get rid of this floss with an ether. Well, I think we're in for a penny, in for a pound. So let's do it again. There's our yellow. There's our red. 243 again. Okay, this crew member was not one of ours. We could trigger Lucid Dream if we wanted to. We can also fill our hand up with ghosts from the past, so we do have a way to stay on this turn for a while. Okay, if this crew member that we lost the first one, nothing bad happened. It wasn't a dreamer. So I say we might just not worry about these people. So we were planning on steering, so probably we should steer. So shall we try jibe? I'm going to try jibe. We perform the rescue maneuver smoothly and gently. We pull the man out. He's barely breathing, but we have caught him just in time. Well, this is not what I intended to do. Slowly, color returns to his cheeks, and he regains a little vitality. Once we're sure he's improving, we make to leave, but he won't let us go without giving us a gift of thanks. We protest, but he won't take no for an answer. He gives us a gem, and nothing else happens. Well, do we do it again? Dare we do it again? Seems like we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. We're going to do it again. I'm going to spend this card. Well, actually, we don't need this yet. I don't want to end our turn because I don't want to move on past the heart, and I don't want to get more mud. So I'm going to spend 2 of these very inefficiently to do this again. It feels like we're maybe not on the right wavelength as these people. Maybe the bell's going to have to get rung. It seems like, though, well, okay, let's just do it. We're doing well on this game. Oh, it did force us to discard? Okay, let me take these back then. It did force us to discard, huh? We jibed. And somehow we saved him. Discard the current turn card. Okay. Next turn is also a heart. So actually, we still are on the heart. All right, we're going to try it again. 2 gems, very inefficient. Although, I think actually, rather than spending those gems, what we're going to do is we're going to spend no to draw a gem. And then we're going to use Ghost from the Past to seal it and draw up to our hand limit. So we're going to be able to draw 8 new cards to keep on this heart. 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we'll be able to keep our gems. Got some good stuff here. We could use So Shiny, but we don't need to. We've got too many gems already. We're going to generate 1 red and 1 yellow. I don't think we need this anymore, but I suppose it's better than the rest. Okay, we're trying it one more time. 243. And this time we're going to try to tack, I guess. Jonathan says, I vote don't do a thing. Okay, let's don't do a thing. Okay, let's pretend nothing happened. I think we're going to back this up. We're going to try tack. A reckless maneuver man almost drowned in the mud before we could grab him. When he comes around, he's so angry he sucker punches me in the face. Suffer a distress. Okay, well, we tried everything other than the... and then discard the current task. The only thing we didn't try is throw him a life raft, which makes no sense. Jonathan says, let's just look at it. Okay, let's just look at it. If we throw him a life buoy, are these all different? Are these the same as these? 416, 704. 416 is the same, but jibe is different. Don't do a thing is the same. Life raft is the same. But hold on a second. What did we do? We threw him a life buoy, but notice that jibe is different. Jibe is different. The rest are the same. So let's try jibing. We perform a rescue maneuver. It all goes like clockwork, each person playing their part as if we'd been doing this all our lives. The rescued man dripping water onto the deck and getting his breath back can hardly find the words to thank us. He promises to help us out on the ship, and in return for saving his life, insists on giving us one of his treasures, gain a key. We're not going to take the key. We're not going to take the key. We really just wanted to see what would happen. That's very... we didn't get on the same wavelength as these designers, but we now have seen everything, right? We've seen every path. So we are not going to take his key. We suffered a lot, but we got to see all the paths. And now it's time to ring the bell. We've got a nice full hand. So I think we will run over there and ring the bell. Three spaces we want to go. I'm a little worried that we're going to be far away, so I want to keep this. So I'm going to spend 2 to go here. And then I'm going to spend this one card to run to live, to walk over here, and then we're going to use the bell. It's a good enough time as any to use the bell. We've got 5 cards in hand. We could wait and maximize our hand, but we've got lots of gems, and if a mud comes out here, it just makes life more difficult for us. I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got range of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if it came here, we wouldn't be able to reach it. That's the part I don't want. So I'm going to use the bell. All right, here we go. We're using the bell after trying to steer like crazy. The bell rings, nothing happens. We hit it harder, still nothing. Any ideas? Maybe it's a diving bell. Maybe we can find something underneath the surface. Reveal tile Y and place 1 mud on every space of C3. All right, so we were wrong. Both of us thought the same thing. Oh boy, life just got more difficult for us. Look at this. Look at this. So you can go back and forth between the surface and underground. We wasted a lot of turns dealing with the oars and the sails that we didn't need to do. But we were pretty healthy, so I guess it's okay. Now, you can go back and forth from the surface to the bells, on the surface to bell on the boat. But right when we start this out, it fills up with mud, and it's going to start. So this can't actually reach our main area, this mud. This mud goes on C3, which is not connected to our other tiles. So it's not going to spread. I'm not 100% sure what the purpose of it, though, but maybe we've got to clear all the mud before we can get the treasure out. We do have a water tile. Okay, let's see. So on 4 out of the 6 dice rolls, mud is going to pop up onto these 3 tiles. Any symbols here? Kind of strange how it's been so long since we saw a symbol. Well, there's our chest. We can smash it, which will reveal a card. Probably we're going to have to clear the mud. There's no punishment for walking through mud. Let me just read this again. Mud comes out. It spreads. It just ends the game if it fills up. But I guess the problem is once we go down here, it's going to be hard to deal with mud on the surface where the boat is. So we're going to need to dip down here and maybe dip back. And some entity is going to come out. That's our first entity marker. Probably as soon as we open the chest, some entity is going to come out. Okay. It's not over yet. So you can see the mud isn't going to spread. We don't have much assault, but we do have a shotgun. Which is going to be 3. So we just need to derive 3 of our own. So no mud is going to come through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We should draw our 4 more cards. Then a mud is going to be here, and we'll take care of it with our long range and then jump down and do this. Doesn't even take an action to jump down here. You just freely relocate. All right, we're going to end our turn here. Mud spreads, but it can't spread off this tile. Now new mud comes out. It's a dash, which is here. And it would come out here, here, and here, but there can never be more than 1 mud per space. So nothing else happens. And we draw our 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are now at max hand size. Okay, now let me remind myself what this card is. Optimization, don't care about that. Okay, so because we have a shotgun, we don't care about the shotgun. We have long arms. So long arms goes to 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're going to be able to get rid of this long distance. And then we can jump down here. Probably we'll just come around here through the mud, open up the chest, but then it's going to turn into a monster that cares about the mud. So I'm going to... we didn't advance the turn. Okay, we're on Clover again, which gives us movement. 1, 2, 3. That's not a terrible idea to use it for that. Don't have much red assault, but we do have plenty of blue gems. We might be dealing with an entity, though, so maybe we should hold on to our ghost of a friend. There's not 3 gems to get. Maybe we need to hold on to throw anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably not. I'd like to hold on to this. Ghost of a friend costs 6 to use, so we're not going to be doing that. So I'm going to use this for its red to kill this mud. And then I'm going to get us down here. So we're going to jump on the bell to go here. Now the only question I have is if we should try to clear up this mud before we open this chest. I guess logically we should open the chest first to see how it works, but my gut tells me that the mud's not going to be good. It wouldn't be crazy if we could use the key on this, but no, not according to this. So all right, let's use our movement to get ourselves down to that chest and not worry about surely this mud has some action, some thing it does. Okay, well, let's move 1, 2. We don't need green, so I'm inclined to spend 1 to move. Surely that's worth doing. Okay, let's move once more. Ignore the current entity effect. In darkness. We are in darkness, so we could use the closet. Okay, let's use this to move here. And now let's assault this for 6 and open up this chest. I'm a little scared about this mud, but I am going to do it. So how are we going to generate this 6? That's the question. We've got some options. We could use our shotgun for 3. But I'd kind of like to use that for a ranged attack if we needed to. You know what? We don't have to move onto this space to assault it. It's an assault. Assault has a normal range of 1, so actually I think we can stand here and assault this. So I guess I'm going to use this shotgun. Shotgun generates 3. Wait a second. I know what we should do. We should stay here and assault it, because the shotgun gives us range of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's assault it here in case it's just a monster and we just want to evacuate. So I'm going to use the shotgun for 3. And then 4, 5. And I'm going to waste 1 to do this. Okay, so that blows open this chest with the shotgun from here in case this gives us more freedom. Reveal card E. Okay. We've blasted the shotgun for the chest. Let's see what we've got. Treasure chest? Question mark. The chest is shaking. Do you really want to open this? There is an inscription under the broken lock saying that your only option is to surrender to the mud. So for 1 green, we can try to open it. You can jump from stern to the mud when every dreamer is on a blue. You can jump in. The chest is shaking. Surely if we open this chest, it's going to turn into a monster. But we could run away. And we could still jump into the mud. I don't see how we leave this dream without opening this chest, as foolish as it seems. How do we not do this? All right, well, let's take a break. When we come back, the channel will decide to whether we're going to open this or not. Jonathan says, did we check our symbol tokens against this dream tile? Boy, that would be nice, wouldn't it, if it gave us a clue? I don't see anything. It's a chest, a wood chest, a bell, a bluish haze, chest tree. I mean, this could be the monster that's going to come out of that, but other than that, I don't see it. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, you tell me, do you want the chest opened or shall we just jump into the mud? Well, I am really not sure what to do here. I mean, we cannot leave this chest down here. We can't leave without knowing what it is. So we're going to open it. The question is, once we open it, an entity is sure going to come after us. And we're going to need to get over to here. It wouldn't be crazy if we didn't have to, like, slowly haul this treasure up, and it might slow us down. My gut tells me that we are going to be punished for having this mud, but I don't know if it means we can get rid of it for the same cost after we open the chest. So I think I'm going to sort of split the difference, split the baby here, but I have a little bit of a plan. Catch Your Breath gives you 2 hours, and you can reshuffle your influence deck, which is almost out. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to remember that you can use hours to move, which is a very inefficient thing to do. But, well, we don't have to do that now, I guess. So we're going to move down there for 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, what we might be smart to do is open that chest with a full hand, because the worst thing that can happen is 1 mud comes out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we spend 1 more, we could start on a new turn. And we only need 1 green to open it. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get us in the strongest position as I can. I'm going to spend the searcher card to restore a random item. And then I'm going to end our turn. It's a balloon. It's a yellow. It's not really useful to us. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're going to end our turn here. Now, I could get punished for having mud out here. That could, but the most there could ever be is 4 entities, so... Okay, we're going to end our turn here. The mud spreads, but it can't spread here. It is going to come out, though, up top. It's an X. Well, we got really lucky, because the X means no mud. There's no place for mud. Even if it came here, it would have not come out here. But that's a nice break for us, because no mud came out here. Now we're going to draw up to a full hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're almost at the end of our deck. Uncontrolled flight. Oh, that's good for us. Especially if we had blue gems to re-roll. But okay, so we've got a bunch of cards. Unfortunately, not very many attack cards. But we can block an enemy action with this card. That's pretty good. And we can generate gems. That's good. So I am going to use this card, the pure green, to open the chest, to try to open the chest. Because I want to keep our attack cards, our wrath cards, and I want to keep some movement cards. So we took a turn, right? So we're on a next turn card. It's a diamond. Diamond can get us 2 gems. That's good with this card. All right, here we go. I've spent the 2 green. We're going to try to open the chest. 258. Here we go. Okay, why did we go after this accursed treasure? As soon as we open the lid, we hear a tremendous footfall. The walls tremble with each terrifying step. With each footfall, the mud rises and floods everything. Is this the end? Reveal tile Z and spawn the Swamp Walker. Can we escape this monster somehow? Okay, it uses the Scarecrow. We've never seen this miniature. With 12 Wrath, we can kill it. We can generate 12 Wrath with all of our gems. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We can do it. We could do it. All right, let's see here. So he could morph. Range 4, he causes a distress. Oh my god. Or 3 if they're in a space with mud. That was my claim, that we were going to get in trouble with this mud. So if we're in a space with mud, we would suffer 3 distress. And he could paralyze us. And what does he do when we roll his movement? Place 1 mud in each space the swamp walker has moved through or stopped in. Wow. Okay, let's find out what figure he is. According to the things, he is the Scarecrow, which is a guy with wings. Or 2 giant horns coming out of his back. Here. This is the Scarecrow. He's got like wings. All right, so he comes out here where this bell is. Now, I do want to point out that our other option is to run away from him. So he moves fast. Range 4, we would suffer a distress. And his turn is he moves first, and then if we're in range 4. But we could get to here and jump off. We could just jump off this boat without killing him. However, it feels like if we don't kill him, he might... If we kill him, will he come to our dreams? Or if we don't kill him, will he come to our dreams? That's the question. Well, Jonathan was right about not clearing the mud. I was right that the mud's going to hurt us. But it seems like if we just run past out the door or kill him, we're going to be okay. Either way, though, well, no, it's not true. We could try to kill him first, and then... I mean, we can absolutely kill him. I just don't know which one makes it so he doesn't come back. This creature isn't in any of our symbols, is it? This is a weird-looking creature. I mean, surely we should kill him, right? Surely it's good for us if we kill him. I don't know if it's going to make him come into our dream or not. But if we kill him, maybe we get this treasure. So, oh yeah, because look what it says. Let's be smart. It says, put a block on the smashing the chest option. But maybe if you kill him, he unblocks that. And we'll be able to get the treasure he's defending. Okay, so we're definitely going to kill him. Now, we could seal 3 cards to block his first movement, but I think instead we're just going to kill him. With long arms, we have range 3, so we don't even have to leave this space to kill him, which is kind of good for us. All right, how are we going to generate 12? I guess the first thing we do is we use now or never to gain 2 gems. Because we're on the diamond phase. We could use throw anything to gain 2 from the flashlight. I'm inclined to keep that flashlight for next turn. So we're going to have to do 12 almost entirely from gems. And I want to keep uncontrolled flight. So to generate 12, that's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's all of our gems, though. It's all of our gems, but we would have a way to get 3 more. And if we want to assault it again, we could get 3, and we would have more turns. So I think that's it, but we don't actually need this anymore. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think that's it. All right, we're going to kill him with all of these gems. Yikes. That's the way we were going to escape out of here, though. I'm just pointing out, like, if he doesn't die, we're in a lot of trouble. Because we're going to have lost our ability to get away from him. All right, here we go. 728. Better to kill him before he has a chance to act. 728. Surely we'll at least buy ourselves a turn. We accomplished the impossible. The monster falls into the swamp, sinks slowly beneath the surface. For long, trepidatious moments, we can't take our eyes away from the spot. But there's no further movement. Breathing a sigh of relief, we return to the chest and enjoy our spoils. We gain 3 ether. 3 ether. Each player. That's incredible. 2 keys. This guy coughed up 2 keys. A random item from the item market. And I think the dream's going to end here. So this was an alternate way instead of jumping in the mud. I think we did well here. Let's see what random item we got. Strategic plan. Is that really from the market? Strategic plan. That's so annoying. I really don't like that one. Is that really the item market? What's the difference between... Wait. That's our items. Do we already have strategic plan? Another strategic plan? We already have this one. I don't know why it was in the market. Did we lose this one to the market, or did I file it wrong? I'm going to think that we already have that one. I'm going to try to get a new market one. I don't feel like that one should have been in the market. Okay, that's worse, but at least that's definitely something we didn't own. It's a train ticket. All right, let's keep that train ticket. I don't like these train tickets. But all right, so we've killed it. I think our dream's going to end here. I don't think we jumped into the mud. I think this has got to be the best ending. Maybe it's not over. Let's see. Yes, it is over. We turn to look at the ship for the last time, realize that the hull is in the shape of a casket. A terrifying grinding noise echoes through the air, and a massive crack opens up under the ship, dragging it into an abyss. Eventually, the only evidence it was ever there is a key. Wait, it's not just any key, it's a silver key. Such a key opens the way to much deeper layers of dreams where our true mission lies. We find ourselves standing in the middle of a rusty ocean of mud, alone. The strangest thing, it turns out after a while, is that all of this ocean of blood is just a big puddle on the solid floor of an old abandoned house. We're finally back, so that's the dream thing. Okay, cures 3 distress or unseals 3 cards. It's definitely better for us to cure 3 distress, especially since our distress is pretty high. Tile 236G, so I guess this is going to be this Swamp Walker is coming out, and it's going to join us in our dream, but it seems like he was going to come out no matter what. 236G? It's actually a map, not the monster. So I'm going to put this in our slumber maps. Discard the current dreamscape. Remove from the game all cards of the dream except for those already gained, as well as the dream gate. So we're not coming back here. Gain card F. So this was the last card in the pile. So we have seen every card from this dream. And we've got a new silver key. That's amazing. The Swamp Walker has been killed. I'm curious what would happen if we jumped in the swamp. Maybe we'll look at it before we finish up here. Let's make sure I haven't missed anything here. We're back on the dream world. All right, so congratulations to us. That's a real success. We're going to read this silver key in a second, and we're going to read what would happen if we jumped onto the mud. But first, let's talk with Jonathan. This was a fun dream thematically. I wish we had been a little more on its wavelength, but it had some fun ideas with manning a ship and singing shanties. Yeah, I think the fact that we wasted so much time trying to do stuff we didn't know, we were a little overpowered for this dream, which is a good thing because otherwise we would have been maybe a little bit more bitter. It is also a little bit weird that we basically had no trouble with the mud spreading. But maybe that's because, you know, this is my pandemic training. keep the place clean at all times. And we happen to be well powered up to cure mud at distance. So I think mostly you could say that maybe by putting off this dream till the end where we were powered up, we came in here quite well prepared. We were willing to take our time. I do think that helping the drowning person stuff was a little off. But otherwise, I really like this. And I'll tell you what, though. This pacing is much more to my liking, and I wonder if it's like a game design concept to put in the back of your mind. I think this is worth chewing on a little bit. The dreams that I have disliked are the dreams where the moment the dream starts, you're harried by some enemy who constantly stresses you out and makes it unpleasant to try to do anything. And I think the dreams with the entities that have been most successful are the dreams where most of your time you're able to explore, and then when you get into Act 2, something clicks and you've got this very dangerous monster situation. To me, that is the recipe for making these enjoyable. We had minor stuff with the mud that we had to take care of. But we didn't have super unpleasant stuff. But we did have a second act when this monster came out. And we could sort of see it coming. So I think if you're thinking from game design, that's a recipe I like better. Let the players explore, let them get a feel for the place, and have a little bit of foreshadowing so that you know at some point you're going to click into the second act. And this one gave us some good foreshadowing, right? It's like, if you open this case, a bad thing's going to jump out at you. Like, that was nice. We were able to figure that out and then plan and build up a nice preparation for that. I think this is our 4th or 5th key. I guess it's our 4th. We now have 4 silver keys out of 6. Of course, we don't know what happens when you get 6. I guess we think that you can enter a finale dream when you have 6. But we don't know if this is the... Probably it is going to be the last dream. All right, let's go read this entry. 1049. Synthetic Archive, GAP 3077-04, The Final Frontier. How to alter reality. How could we build a better world without suffering and full of happiness? In dreams, we don't have a problem with that. But here, in this real, stable world we share with others, there are so many barriers to achieving this. The Final Frontier, a great challenge, a scientific project that eventually destroyed the world. The results of the study were bleak at first. We were searching for the difference between the world of dreams and what we called reality, and slowly understood there was no difference. A study by our scientists suggested that the dream world was less real. What was more surprising was that the exact research methodology was replicated by scientists on the other side of the conclusion. On the other side, the conclusion was exactly the opposite, that our waking world was less real. The dream world, the waking world, both studied the other, and they said the other one is less real. It looked like we were our own mirror images, the only differences being that our world was more stable and the dream world possessed greater powers of creation. We were able to move between these two worlds without any problem. However, this was not enough for us. We desired to control completely this power of creation. Because it was shared with billions of other dreamers, everything here was the average of all that we believed in, what we wanted and what we were afraid of. And then the ESC developed the first prototype of the key. The principle was that if you could isolate your part of the dream world, you could change it to a limited extent and forcibly bring your dreams into reality. We strengthened our frequencies, suppressing those belonging to others, and after suffering a miserable beginning, the door was finally opened. The rest was merely a technology race. Coupled keys, reinforced keys, accelerated keys, I keys. Technology quickly became obsession. Everyone wanted to maximize their own individual control over creation and dreams. This technology was not cheap, so ordinary people could not afford even the cheapest and weakest of keys, becoming slaves of worlds created by others. Reality was greeted with new wonders, bigger with every passing day, grander and more amazing than ever before. It became full of realized dreams. Unfortunately, it also resembled the dream world more and more. Individual new worlds became so separate that, in the end, nothing distinguished them from ordinary dreams. There was no longer one shared reality. It had fractured into nothing more than countless infinite microcosms. So my belief when it comes to the great disaster was that no one really attacked us. It wasn't a meteorite or sun flares, nor from any divine judgment. This force was too powerful and we weren't ready to control it. It was no one but ourselves, in all of our folly and hubris, who destroyed our own world. Pretty neat. I do like these long, and seems like a good, was a smart way to do it. Like every once in a while you get these big keys and They're leading us up to the finale, and they're giving us big chunks of narrative just when we want it. John says, it seemed a real shame that it acted like we got to some endless sea, but then it didn't really want us to sail to find something. Yeah, that's weird. That was weird. Well, we don't know. Shall we try to see, Jonathan, what happens if you jumped into the mud? And then maybe we should look at these cards again to see if there is some secret number somewhere that we could have done. All right, let's see what would have happened if we had, instead of, this only came out when we, oh no, this would have come out before we even opened this guy's thing. So we could have, without even visiting the Swamp Walker, we could have tried to jump overboard. Okay, let's see. So if we do 367, I think it's just going to end the dream without the ether rewards. Oh yeah, look at this though. We're jumping into the swamp. We managed to leave the ship, the sea of mud, and the basement, but we feel we have left something valuable there, something we will never find again. Even worse, something sinister followed our trail. We hear tremendous steps. The walls tremble with them. So if we had tried to escape and not killed him, the Swamp Walker would be coming into our slumber dreams. So we did really well to kill him. We did really well to kill him. I guess we shouldn't peek at what he is, but then do we get the normal ending, or do we not get the silver key? Yeah, you still get the same ending, including the silver key. It's interesting how this silver key seems to set up quite a bit of the war plainly. So if we had come here earlier, we would have had to speculate less. I'm sort of glad we didn't encounter it until now, even though it's labeled as silver key 1. It's not, is it? No, this was the one we just got. The one we just got was 1049. Oh, you're right. It is labeled as the first silver key. You're quite right. So now we have 1, 2, 4, and 5. So we haven't found 3 and 6. All right, so if you jump off, you don't get all that 3 ether. You don't get the bonus keys. And worse yet, that Swamp Walker joins your slumber. So I am very glad we bypassed him. I mean, that guy was dangerous. We were lucky to be prepared for him. Okay, no secret codes here, huh? No secret numbers. No symbols. I don't see any. I really don't. I think the treasure was the ether and the keys and getting rid of that Swamp Walker. So actually we did really well. Good work on this dream, Jesse, especially taking out the swamp monster quickly. Yeah, I think we just, mainly we did well because we realized we could take our time and we maximized that last turn, so we had the most options available to us and we maximized those gems. So good teamwork, even though we could not figure out how to sail the ship into the Black Sea beyond. No new dream, so we are now funneling down, not that many dreams left. This was a fun one though, and we didn't have to go into our lucid mode. We have 7 ether. We can go into lucid twice. That's pretty good. The only thing I'm a little thrown about is how come we haven't discovered more of the symbols? And how are we going to get all of these sealed cards back? All right, anything else to talk about, Jonathan? YouTube says we're down to 5 concurrent viewers, so there are still a couple of you out there deep in your REM sleeps. Very fitting, actually, for a game that's about dreaming, that we must have a couple people here who are actually using this to help them fall asleep. And maybe we are defeating the nightmares so they don't have to have the nightmares. Is that what's happening? All right, 4 hours, a reasonable session. Thank you for joining me. Jonathan and I will discuss on the Discord when we're going to play next. I gotta say, this game has gotten more enjoyable as we play it, which is pretty impressive. All right, I'll see you next time.